What about this? There we go. Okay. Right. I think it's working now, but I can hear myself. That's no good. What about now? That's probably okay now. There we go. Stream mix, that's it. Yeah, okay. I didn't even do anything. It's just magically started working. Right. Anyway, moving on. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can all hear me now. For some reason, my microphone just quit working. It just died. No reason. Even after a reboot, it was still dead, and I had to go into OBS and the wavelength stuff and try and fix everything. And now, because I've restarted, I've got a bunch of software updates that are happening when, uncommanded software updates, which I really hate. It's like some Razor stuff is randomly doing something. I have no idea what it's trying to do. Okay, look. This is my life now. Look. Oh, it's buggered off now. Okay, right, fine. Let's see if we can make some progress. Right. So, no. Okay. Right. So what we're trying to do. We're trying to build user interfaces, right? Right. Okay, let me just post in the Discord. There we go. Right, so yeah, yesterday we managed to get this going. It's just amazingly fantastic. You're not going to believe the functionality of it. It's just so good. You can press create, and then it changes this to say overview, right? And then you can press save, and it saves it. But this is not what we want. What we want is like a bit that goes across the top. And then we want to have two panes and so on, and then down the left hand side we're going to have like some kind of tree view arrangement. But we just got these buttons here just so that we can try the routing stuff. So what I'm going to do, because we've got these buttons and they actually do something and they're sort of slightly useful, is we're going to turn these buttons into a toolbar that appears above this content area. Quite how we're going to do it, I've no idea, but let's find out. Oh yes, and yesterday the author of Freya, let me find it, posted a link for me because I was trying to find one of those divider things that allows you to move the panes around. Where is it? And he sent a link. Yeah, this. Let me try and bring that up properly. Right, here we go. Auto generate, not that one. This one. Copy link. I've got to reopen everything now. Here we go. Right. So yeah, resizable container, one that you can drag around. So it's in progress. So we're not going to try and use that today because it's not finished yet. But that's what I want, and that's what we'll try and use a bit later. Okay, so where do we get to? So many things. Right, where's Freya? Right, so alas, the Freya documentation doesn't have sort of examples of all the different things that you could potentially use. So we'll open up a tab. And no, once I find the things, here we are. What do we do with Freya? And there's a bunch of examples. Here they are. Let's make that a bit bigger. There we go. Right, that's what we've got. So I don't think there's a toolbar one, because the toolbar is really just sort of like some rectangle, I suppose, with like some buttons in it, really. And we're not going to deal with styling or anything like that right now. So don't even think we're going to do any of that. No. We're just going to get the things in the right place and make it work. Make it work, and then make it work well. Right, what we're also going to do while we're here is open up the Freya project. Where are we? Libraries, Rust, Freya. Right. So now we can have a sort of look at the examples. We could try running one of the examples from here just to see if it's a bit easier to run it from the IDE. It's possible. So we were using the router. So let's have a look at tabs while we're here. Why not? Can we run this? No, it's still doing its thing. Gotta wait for these to finish. There we go. We've got some things. It would be nice at some point to have a look at the detail of how all this works. And I was thinking that yesterday a little bit, you know, with the Crux thing. Does anyone, people know these sequence diagrams, right? UML sequence diagrams. Right, these things. Where you have like timelines and all this kind of stuff. Is there a nice little example of it? Yeah, here, this kind of example, this kind of diagram. What I was thinking, it'd be quite nice if there was a Crux application sequence diagram. I might have a go at trying to create one, not during the stream because it requires a bit of research. But I think it would probably be pretty useful to have a better understanding of the various different parts of the application and where things happen and so on. I think that would probably be pretty useful. Right, do we get the examples? Yes, we've got some examples. Look, can we run the example from here? Let's have a look. Let's run, we said tabs. Okay, is that running it? No. Can we run it from here? Yes. Let's see. Let's see if it behaves. I've only ever run these from the command line before, so we'll see if it works. While we're waiting for this, we can have a quick chuckle at the event logs for Windows, just to see what my microphone was doing. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we'll look at that a bit later. Right, so we've got this thing. So this is tabs. I don't know if this uses a router to do it, but we'll have a look at the code in a minute. But it's interesting, right? Yes, it does indeed use a router. I wonder if you can have more than one router. I don't know whether it would even make sense to have more than one router. Righto. So fine, you know, we've got these tabs. Yeah, I suppose. Is tab a thing then? Where's this defined? Oh yeah, there it is, look. Okay, yeah, it's components, right. So that's probably a useful little list to keep open there for temporarily. Alright, so back to our app. Well, I'm trying to work out what we would need at the top. Probably need like a rectangle or something. What's a body? Can you only have one body? You've got a canvas as well. What does a canvas do? Yeah. Seen those. What is a snack bar? I don't know. Let's run this example because I don't know what a snack bar is. Okay. That wasn't what I was expecting. I don't really know what I was expecting from that. What's a switch? Let's have a look at a switch. Oh, this is just one of these button thingies, right, that you can move like left and right and whatever, I suppose, isn't it? Let's have a look at how you do tooltips real quick. So you can have a rectangle with some stuff in it, but where's the tooltip go? Oh no, a tooltip is one of those. How do you use tooltips? Is there an example? Let's have a look. Examples link. So link's got tooltips. Alright. Okay, so there's a link and it's got a tooltip. Okay. Does everything have a tooltip? No, it has to be a property. Only a link has a tooltip. Can a button not have a tooltip? Like, what about a text input? Let's run this for a moment. Because I'm going to need tooltips. Oh no, this isn't. That's just text. I want an input. Try this one. Here we go. So what I want is a tooltip that comes up here. You know, sometimes when you open up a web page or whatever like this, it's got like a faint grey bit which tells you what to type in, and then you want to be able to hover over it and see, say, the formatting of something like that. You know, if it says enter your date of birth, for instance, you want to see like the format that you're supposed to enter the date of birth into, like the template, you know, at least as tooltips. Righto. Yeah, so not much in the way of tooltips right now. Fine. Okay, enough of that. So back to R1. We've got our main app somewhere, and we've got our main bit of code, right, which is this. So above the sidebar, we're going to need something. Can we just have a rectangle like this and say width 100%, height, I don't know, let's make it 32 pixels. And I guess what we need is some buttons in here, so I've got to change these from sidebar items to like some buttons or something, but I don't know how to do it. Let's have a look at some examples. So they've got a rectangle and then it's just got components in it. Right. So how do you do a button? Checkbox, no. Button? Button? No. Why can't I find a button? Okay, let's look in the list of components again. Look, there's a button here. Why is there not a button example? What I'd like to see is for every single component an example that uses that component, and then like other examples, and maybe a slightly more structure to the list of examples. So like examples, components, and examples, and then like other, you know, because sometimes you want to have a bunch of components together to see how they could be used together, right? But other times you just want to know about that component, and in lieu of sort of documentation for this, because there essentially is none. You've got some tests, mind you, which I guess have an example of how to use one, which is useful. But in lieu of documentation, it would be nice to have an example for each one. A runnable example. So that's a button apparently. So we're gonna just get rid of these sidebar items. And move these up here, I suppose. I think I was a bit premature in my deleting then. Right, what happens if we run this? Right, so we've got like, it's gone like that, but I want them laid out across one after the other. How do you change the layout? Who knows? Suppose we're gonna have to look in some examples. What is a container? Don't know. There was some text example. Let's have a look at that. Did it have things next to each other? There's labels. No. Let's run this. It's a bit weird having an example called UI when the entire concept is UI. Right, no, not really. How do you align things horizontally? That's what I want to know. Cross align, main align. Well, that's alignment, but it's more like. Okay, I think we might have to look at the Dioxus. There was a cheat sheet somewhere. Where's the cheat sheet? Was this it? No. Was this it? No. There it is. How do we think we find it? No, don't know. Let's have a look. I just want to put something next to the other thing instead of like line wrapped. So I want a button, and then I want a button next to it. How do I do it? This isn't going well, is it? To look at the properties for it to see what we see. You've got main align and cross align. I don't know what that means. Overflow. Who knows? Paragraph? No. Text? No. Image? What about a span? Is it a span? No. Clip none. Like, it's not really overflow, is it? What's this? Direction. Ah, look. I would never have guessed that. I mean, I sort of guessed it, but it's not. I would not look for that. Direction. Horizontal. Go on then. Direction on a rectangle. Direction. I don't like the name of that. It works though. Look, we've got create and then save now. That's good. Let's make. Can you do? I know I said I wasn't going to do styling, but I just want to change the background colour of it so we can see it. Who knows? Let's have a look. Color. Where are the colors defined? Color syntax. Well, really? Browse Microsoft? No, no, no. Attributes, color syntax. Right, so we can do Rugaba, RGB. Let's do. Can we use the web colors? Yeah, okay, we can do that. Fine. Good. So I can go color. And we can use the awesome, super old school color cop to pick this color. There we go. Yoink. Now, there's probably like a theme thing or something like this you can use if things are good. This is a really useful tool, by the way, if you hadn't seen it. Color Cop. I've been using this thing for years and I've still not found anything better. It just lets you pick any color you like from the screen, and then you can get into the detail of it, and it's just good. It doesn't suck. It doesn't suck. Well, that didn't work, did it? Okay, let's try that again then. Wait, what? You have to go hex. Let's change it to capital letters because I don't see anything wrong with it. No. Why can't I go like... I'm sure this is wrong. Look, here's an example, fine. Here's an example, fine. Here's an example, fine. And then there's this by itself. And I get... expected square brackets. That's not what the example says. What am I doing wrong? It says expected square brackets. Let's put square brackets in it. I'm sure that's going to be wrong. Expected identifier. Well, no. What about just doing this? No. What about putting it in quotes? Maybe. Okay. But it didn't work. Okay, so not that then. That's what it says. RGB. Okay, do I need to import something? No. How do I set colours of things? Let's look in the Freya examples. I'm going to make a note of all the pain points here. not OBS. Logsec. Let's see if it behaves, shall we? Come on. Come on. There we go. Alright. Pain points. So, Freya pain points. Setting layout orientation, aka direction. Difficult to find, didn't spot an example. No example for buttons. Examples would be nice to have example of each component in examples / components. That's what I'm thinking of. And then setting colors. And then what didn't work? What didn't work? Let's see how else we can fail at this. Okay, color colon, right? There's examples of colors with names in it. And I'm trying to find a file in like examples or something like that. We've got examples, and we're going to search in here. Can we search in here? I'm sure we can. Yeah, right, for color. So it's got colors in quotes. Right. So there was this file called color syntax. Right. Okay. Not clear that the colour needs to be. Let's just try this because let's try this. Alright, let's find. So double quotes. No. Like it's still white. Does it even have a color property? It's got a color property. Is it because the child elements are taking up all of the space inside the element? But no, because, unless I'm misunderstanding it, because I set the width to be 100%. Right? Good Lord. Why is this so complicated? I just want to set the background colour of a rectangle. Colour. Who knows why it might not be working? I mean, what happens if you... keep getting confused with which thing I'm on. Let's just turn these buttons off for a moment and go label. Whatever. I want a red rectangle. I might have a look at one of the text ones because they had some rectangles in them and they were different colours. Oh, it's not a colon. We'll just turn these off for a moment. Right, so the text colour is what it's set, not the background colour. Right. Okay, so now we need to work out how to set the background colour, apparently. This text one had some stuff in it, didn't it? This one. Oh, it's called background. Like, why is this called colour when it doesn't change the colour of a rectangle? I mean, maybe it inherits it and all this kind of stuff. It's like, but it's... sure. It's not, and it's not called background colour either. Like, why not, you know... sanity prevails in my head, but calling one background and calling the other colour, just, I don't know, maybe it's the way other people have done this and it's following a pattern, but whatever the reason is, I don't think it's a good idea. Anyway, moving on. Right. I mean, I'm kind of curious now because I forget, right? CSS color. Right? If you've got some like random box or whatever, and you've got some color, they call it color. Yeah, see, it's come from CSS. You see, this is what it is. Right, we've got this box, and we've got this. See here, look, it's called background color at least. So at least you've got color and background color, and not background. Right? Sure, maybe you can specify other things for the background other than colors. You know, maybe you can specify an image for it, but then you have, you know, background image or whatever, different properties. I don't know. Or you know, enums or something. I don't know. I couldn't find it on my first guess anyway. Inconsistent property names. It uses color and background, not foreground color and background color, or perhaps color and background color. Just like gotcha, you know? Right, next. Next. Moving on. Right, so it's called background and not background color. Okay, so let's bring back these buttons. And see what it does now. We've got buttons, look, with a background. I'm shocked. Right. Progress has been made. You can be all day doing this GUI design malarkey. Right. And that doesn't do anything good. Okay. Who thinks we should turn the toolbar into a toolbar? I do. I don't like it. Icons. There's there's an icons place as well. Yeah, materials and icons. Where are these icons? Yeah. I don't know how you change the font of the application as well. That's the other thing that we're going to need to do at some point. So if perhaps we got like one of these nerd font thingies, and where's the list of the? I think it's this, right? No. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. Is it this? Right. Load. No. File. Here we go, look. So how do we use like little icons on these little buttons instead of the text that we currently have? That's what I want to do. Or should we just leave this for now? No, let's have an experiment, because this is probably worth learning so that we can do some of the other things that we want to do later. So say I've got this, right? So it's got a hex code. How are you supposed to use it in Rust? Let's go Rust nerd font. Let's just see what happens. And then what does it do? But what is this custom C? What is this type? It's a bit magic. Don't know. What's it supposed to do? It gives you a character, right? But you give it the name of something and it gives you a character back, right? So specifying characters in Rust Unicode syntax is like this. Okay. So if we try and go back to the Freya stuff and look for font. Okay, custom font, look, there's an example. Custom font. Let's have a quick look at this. So we've got a theme, and it's got a font theme. And then the rest of it comes from the light theme, right? Theme provider. So you wrap the entire app in that, fine. Okay. And then I guess perhaps in the theme you can specify. Can you specify default font somewhere? I suppose it inherits it from the body. Okay. Alright, we'll have a crack at that. Right. There's probably a way to switch themes and all this kind of stuff on this, right, as well. So let's steal the theme provider bit from here and slap that in our app here. And then indent all the rest of this. 2, I think. No, just the 1. Right. Right. So now we need custom theme. Custom theme is going to be one of these. But instead of it having all that stuff on it, it's just going to have the bare minimum. Don't care about that. Let's just go body. And then go, oh, how did it? .light theme .body, right. Was it that? Oh, what's going on there? What? Oh, I see. So we're going to need. Am I getting my syntax right? Oh, you need a body theme. Right. Does a body theme have font in it? No. Maybe you don't need to do that. Maybe we just have a font theme. And it's probably got a font thing in it. Theming property for fonts. Be nice to know how to use it. No. So let's go. Font theme with. Don't know. This is a bit magic. Is there a... no? I thought we had a font theme in this in the base theme, but no. Okay. So you can customize the font for the button, but I want to customize the font for everything. So, like, does everything really inherit from the body? Inheritance. From the element parents. Let's just do... I mean, well, it's not... Okay. So now I'm even more confused, right? Because... what is this element called, right? Because my body is actually here. So if I have a body theme, only the things that are in this body are going to be themed, right? But I want... like, everything to be themed. So, you know, and there's no like router theme. But this is... Yeah. That's all I want. I just want to set the font. Can you just... like, how am I supposed to do it? Like, what uses this? Look, we're going to try using this body theme, even though I think it's probably going to be wrong. I'm sure it's going to be wrong. Can we do suggestions? No. Where did I come up with this? How did I find this font theme? So there's a blah 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 theme with, into which you can specify a optional font theme, and then you've got let me grab this for a moment. It's not clear. I might just be missing bits of it, but where's my code? This one. I can't specify theme. Apparently it's not a property on here. So body theme has whatever this is. I don't care about any of this. Like, Cal borrowed this. Let's just grab the font theme. You see, it just goes no. Theme with attributes on expressions are experimental. Theming. I just want to be able to set the font and the theme. Urgh. Why is it so difficult? Was it custom? Like, all these things should be in like a, you know, theme custom or something like that, you know. So setting a font, like custom font, right? But I don't just want a custom font. I want a theme with a font. right? So the way to do a theme is like this, but you can only do it for the things. Okay, we're just gonna do it on the buttons for now. Otherwise, my sanity and my patience will just be buggered. Excuse my French. Okay, so that's how you do a font theme for a button, right? And let's just why not? So this exists here on button, right? And here. Why doesn't a switch have a font on it? A switch has a label, right? Maybe it doesn't actually. Links. Why does a link have font theme? Why do only some things have like font themes? Should I be using icons and not buttons in my toolbar? Now that I see this? It's possible. Let's have a quick look at icons. I still want to know how to use a custom font everywhere, mind you. You know, doesn't really change anything. But let's see if we can find icon. No. Icons. Some specific ones. No. Examples? Icon? Icon? No. Where's icon used then? Apparently they've got icons like this. Icon theme. How does it know arrow fill? Tick icon. Oh right, so it's got an embedded a bit of SVG in it, right. Okay. So you can have a button which can contain another thing which can be an icon. So you could have a toolbar with a bit of text, a toolbar icon with a bit of text next to it, fine. Fine, so there's no like specific, super specific icon bit to it, fine. So we still want to know how to use this font. I don't see why I can't do it like that, but there we go. Well, it's not really the colour, it's... Let's see what we can set here. How do I set the font family? No, wrong thing. No, right thing. No, wait, that's custom theme. My code, where's my code? Here it is. I want to see what happens if I try and compile this. Great. So the only thing I can set is that. Custom font. Surely I don't have to specify font family on every single thing, because that would be madness. What things have font family on them? A rectangle has that. So do I just need to do like some random weird container object at the root which has the font family on it? Can we have a rect theme? Is there such a thing? Really struggling with this today. Didn't think this would be difficult. That's number one problem with software development. You don't think it would be as difficult as it is, but it always is. Right, so we've got drop-down themes, yada yada yada, button themes. What about a rectangle theme? Let's look for a rectangle theme. Chances of this being here, pretty much 0. What else could there be? You know, like root theme? No. Tab? Bottom, snack bar, radio, tile, sidebar, icon, graph, canvas, input table, progress bar, link, load, blah 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 blah. No. No, I just want to set the flipping font in a theme and be able to change the theme and have all the fonts inherit it. No. Right. Okay, so pain points. Unable to determine how to set a font family for a theme so that everything inherits the font until they're styled otherwise, right? So no fonts in themes, basically. That's what we're seeing. So we're just going to borrow this for now. Once I find the right editor tab, I'm going to close everything else because there's too many things going on. So no themes, no. No. No, it's broken. Well, at least it doesn't work for me. Right, we'll put this in here, and then we're going to put a rect here, and then in it, we're going to do this. And we're going to try using this thing. Right, now this file is going to be living somewhere. Include bytes, so it's probably where it compiles it from, here. Okay, so we're just going to borrow that. And we're going to put it in somewhere more sensible. Thus. And we're going to see what happens now. Well, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Do you have to specify something? What does this with size give you back? What? Why is it doing that? No function new found for... But how does this one work then? What's different? What's the problem? Is this... It's different. Look, this launch config here. Oh, there's a builder now. Must be using a different version. Wait then. Yeah. Well, what version is this then? Where's 2.2? Okay, I'm confused even more now. Oh dear. GitHub. Where's the GitHub link? Ah. Okay, no GitHub link. Look, blog, book, docs, Discord, no. Get started, no. No link to the repo. Is this a link to the repo? No. So to get to the repo I have to do that, which is a faff. Right. Moving on. So I'm a little confused now. I mean, I'm a lot confused today, but you know, look, I've got 0.2.2 here. Right. But there's no tag for 0.2.2. No tag for published version 0.2.2. Let's see if there's a release for it. No. No release for published version 0.2.2. So where is this coming from? Like, I've got this code here, right? Where has this come from? So crates.io has got this. Where is it? Okay. This is not boding well, is it? I mean, it's not boding well. I mean, we could look into to find the repo that it downloaded the crate from and all this kind of stuff, but where does it where does, if I run cargo, where is it, what repo is it used to download that thing from, right? So my cargo repos that it's downloaded, right, cargo downloads a bunch of things. In the cache, I think it is. No Freya there though. Right. Cache index Freya. Oh, that's no good, is it? What is this then? Okay, well, there's some binary stuff there. That's no good. Is there no, you don't get the Git thing, do you? I'd love to know where it actually downloaded this from, so that I can have my examples using the same code base that I'm trying to actually use, you know? Because I'm looking in one place and finding one version of Freya, I'm looking at another version of a place expecting it to be the latest one, you know, after I've done git pull. But no. And there's only one branch. And that's all I see. So where is 0.2.2? Let's ask the author, where is the code for Freya 0.2.2 that's published on crepes.io? I don't know. We'll see what he says. He's on the same time zone as us, so maybe he'll be able to answer. Okay, so we have to use a builder and not new. I don't care about the window size. And then we go .build at the end of it. There we go. Right, let's try that. Right, what have we got? Look, we've got a font. And it's gone everywhere, which is what I want. But I want to do it from a theme. And not by having a redundant element that shouldn't be there. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I don't think you can just go font family by itself like this, right? No, you can't. So I have to have some form of element here, but I don't really want one. Like, let's see if it defaults to width and height 100%. It might not. Oh, it does appear to. So, you know, okay, fine. You know, but I shouldn't need this. I should just have a theme thing, right? A theme provider, which allows me to set the font. Right. Hi, Commander Guy. Is it? Did I miss that button? Was that a contribute? Yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Website. See, sure, you know, but it doesn't say repo or GitHub or use the GitHub logo and things like that. Normally with these things you get like a bunch of icons and there's like a GitHub logo there or something on loads of the documentation. For instance, this one, it's got a GitHub logo. Right? That's what I was looking for. Not a contribute button. Like, show me the source. That's what I was looking for. Right. Okay, I'm getting all lost here. Right, what's going on? So we've got, yeah, right. Okay, fine. So we've got this. So what we're trying to do is to use a nerd font, specific icon for the button. So let's try and download a nerd font with all the icons in it. Okay, nerd fonts. Right, and we were trying to use some of these. Right. Bunch of nerd fonts. Do we have Roboto? Yeah, we've got Roboto Mono. I just want one that doesn't suck, you know. Is there like Tahoma? No. Damn it. Oh dear, choosing fonts. I don't want a monospace font, I just want a regular font. A font's probably the easiest way to do this, right? No, they're all monospace ones. Well, except some of them which look horrible. Well, that's not going to be easy then, is it? Yeah, exactly. Searching for the GitHub link, right? Exactly. This is a monospace, a Remo. Let's use this one. Look, it doesn't look totally hideous. We're going to try it. It may be that we just need to use the font awesome like icons like directly rather than from a font. So we've got some files. Let's find the assets. We probably need to check the license of this font as well. Okay, so then we're going to say no. Let's put the end. No, we'll just delete this one. We don't need it. Oh, no, not that one. This one. And it's called a Remo Nerd. It's actually called that. The file name is that. Right. Oh, should we be good? A Remo Nerd. We don't need font there, do we? Let's just see if that works. Well, it compiled, but it looks hideous. I don't know whether the subpixel rendering is really bad. Anyway, it's going to do for now. Right, and then so what we were trying to do was use this. So we've got a file. Is this, so we've got import. Is there an open one? File open. Let's see, can we do a search like this? No. You'd think there'd be a file open. Download? No. Import? Replace, send, remove, refresh. Open. Load. Come on. Where is it? Lock, link, no. Okay, open. Alphabetical order, file, refresh, phone, P, outline. No. Let's just search for open. Folder open. No. How can I not find such a basic thing? This is hilarious. Sometimes when I'm programming, right, it feels like I'm the first person in the world that wants to do this, right? I want to open a file and I have the icon to open a file. Okay, let's look at another program, right? See, Microsoft in their infinite wisdom have now got rid of icons everywhere. Now, I don't know about you, but I found icons to be incredibly useful because I can visually look at it instead of having to read text, right? But no, they've got rid of these things now. There's no icons anymore. Okay, let's look for toolbar file open to see what other people may have used in the past. So here they've got a picture of a folder with an icon coming from it. Not really. I mean, it's... So they use a picture of a folder. But I'm not trying to open a folder, right? There's a difference between opening a file and opening a folder. So new is this a picture? They've got a picture of a folder. Everyone uses a picture of a folder. We're going to use this one then. Right, we've got a Unicode thing for it. Folder. Fine. Whatever. Right. So the idea is to use some... Oh, that was supposed to be new, wasn't it? Oh dear. Okay, let me go back to this because we've not got to open yet. Let's use this. Now that I think about it, what's the Unicode thing? Is it /u tilde pasty tilde? Is it like this? Should it be on the left-hand side or the right-hand side? Normally it's like this, right? Who thinks this is going to work? Oh my god, there's an icon. Jeez. Okay, so what do other people do for saving an icon? So toolbar icon for save. They often use like a picture of a disk, don't they? Like a floppy disk. Which, you know, if you're born in like 2000 and you're like 24 now, you probably don't have a faintest idea what the hell a floppy disk is. Yeah. Bloody kids today. Yeah. Save. Images. Why? Floppy disk. A floppy disk, really? No. If you were a kid today, 2024, and you were creating an icon for like a toolbar for saving a file, what would it look like? That's the question of the day. Let's go save and see what happens here. Look, there's pictures of floppy disks everywhere. Did not say I don't have a floppy disk. When was the last time you used a floppy disk? Answers in the comments below. For me, probably over 20 years now. Everyone understands save, huh? With a floppy disk, Dartman. I mean, you might be right. You might be right. But just because everyone else does something, it doesn't mean I'm going to do it the same way. Like, I don't like the open one either. It's not a folder that I'm opening. File. Let's look for a file, because this is actually what we're dealing with. So there was like import and export, which is a very similar thing. So there's one that looks like this. Look, it's got file export. Right. A down arrow sort of indicates download, and an up arrow indicates upload. So we don't want one of those. So, you know, what are the choices? You've got import like this or export like this. These ones. And then we've got these ones for import and export as well. I like this one over here. Right, let's see what this looks like. Right, you guys tell me. Okay, look, we're going to do two of these. One of them's going to have this on it. And the other one's going to have a floppy on it. I find it amusing that you can search for floppy and you can also search for save. Like, it doesn't tell me that it's going to save it. Like, save, move, save. Is it just save? I mean... Look. Save. No floppy. Save. Goodbye. No flipping floppy disks. It's 2024. That's it. There. Create. Save. Happy days. Right. Who thinks we can add a tooltip to this? Tooltip. Tooltip. How do you do a tooltip? Do you think it's like foo? Who thinks this will work? No. Method not found. Button. See? So the buttons can't have tooltips. I want a tooltip on my button. I want to hover over the icon and it say save, so that people can learn the icons. In case they don't know that a picture of a file with an arrow on it means save, you know. Which I'd understand if they didn't understand it, if they were the same age as me. Right. No inconsistent application of tooltips. No tooltip support on buttons, for example. Okay. Right, so no tooltips. No tooltips. Look, I tried, people, I tried. Okay, let's have a look at doing internationalization, because internationalization is one of those things that if you don't do it right from the very start and then you have to do it later, your life is pain. There, I said it. So, because it's really difficult to come back into an application and search for all the strings, and the way that you construct strings and so on like that is very different if you're using internationalization libraries to do the work, right? So I18N, I believe I saw an example for this when I was looking through all the things. Here was the example, right? We're going to try it. So, right. We're going to do two languages. We're going to do English and Spanish, and I'm going to learn some Spanish on the way, and it's going to be great. Since I live in Spain, it makes perfect sense for me to do this. Right. Don't fold things. So how do we get it to work? So we need two language files. Okay, we can do that. Wait a second. Oh, look, I've got something in the wrong place there. Okay, we'll fix that in a moment. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Let me fix that before I forget. This rect here is misplaced. It's supposed to be here. Oh gosh. Oh, why did my IDE do that? Just no. Okay. Whew. Okay. So back to internationalization. Yes, and at some point we'll do a commit, but we're just experimenting right now. So just chillax, everybody. Chillax. So we've got this use I18N. Where does this come from? It's a hook. Where are we gonna put this? Okay, it's not quite how I would have done it. Buttons for changing language. I mean, sure. Copy. Where are we going to do this? Let's make a new thing called language selector, which we'll put in the toolbar for the moment. I want like to do some divider, and then I want a drop down, because that would be more sane. Like, I don't want a button for every language, it takes up too much space, okay? Just if you didn't know what I was thinking. So we need a drop down, right? A drop downs. Here's a drop down. Let's run this example. I'll read the code while it's looking at it. So you can set the thing with the Okay. This will be interesting, but sure. 476 dependencies for a window with a drop down on it. 476. What world are we living in? That's a lot of dependencies. Don't worry though, all the other GUI libraries were just as bad. Right, this is what we want. I want it to say English and Spanish on there, right? That's what we're trying to, that's what we're going for. So, to create a drop down, you do this. Plop. And my IDE is really helpful about screwing up the indentation. I don't know why it insists on doing that. Right. What does it do? So you get a bunch of values which is made programmatically, which is what we want, because we want to go, what language files exist? These ones. Okay, let's add them to the list. Right? I don't like this. It should use the first item from the vector. That's silly. Like, selected drop down on what? Okay, we'll worry about that bit later. Right, okay, fine. Right, somehow we need to make this work. How do we make this work, do we think? Apparently we need all this. So we need a dependency by the looks of it. And again, this is what I was saying about, you know, self-contained examples. If there was a cargo.toml for the I18 example, I'd be able to open it up and quickly look at the dependencies that I need. But now, instead of that, I'm going to have to trawl through this. And, you know, maybe we have to look at the bins. No, it's worked out. It's not too bad. Because sometimes some bins need features, and then you have to look through the list of features to look at the dependencies for the features to find the dependencies that you actually need to put into your project, as opposed to just having a self-contained example with a list of dependencies that you can just copy and paste in. It just makes your life easier. Right. So our GUI app needs this. I'm sure we'll use clipboard at the end, but we're not using it yet. And then we'll replace that with workspace true. Right. Okay, so now in here, after it does its thing, come on. Does it compile? Couldn't resolve I18N. Why? Who knows why? Who knows why we don't have any I18N? Okay, so we're going to go into this, And we're going to look for the i18n mod. Right, and you need a feature called i18n, apparently. Maybe the clipboard feature enables it? I don't know. Features. This one. In quotes. How about now? There we go. Right, so now we've got i18n stuff. Okay, fine. Right. So we can use i18n. We're able to set the language. Right. And we're going to have... let's just go... English... States. And then I don't have a Spanish keyboard, so it's a little bit hard to type. Right, but it's got the... It's got the N. Right. And when you're doing languages, you always put the name of the language in the native speaker's way of reading it. People. Right. You don't put Spanish there. That would be wrong. Español, España. We could put Spain. You know, España. Because that's what it is, right? ES. Right. So, after having sorted that out, now we need to somehow decide the first language that the application should be in. Somehow. So, CH values. Let's go language values. Right, because no. And then we add a bunch of drop down items for each one, and every time you do it, CH is probably the thing. And let's look at the example. Yeah, you can have it in brackets as well, like as an English thing. Like if you were doing it in the native speaker's language and then in brackets like something else. But the way that most of the internationalization stuff work is country and then like language and then the version of that language that is for a particular country. So for England, you'd have England, English United Kingdom, English United States, and you have like South America and Mexico and so on like that for Spanish, right? And then each of those has their own sort of like English translation of that as well. So there would be 4 things if you were to do it in native language, country, English name for language, and English name for the country, which would be good. But that's too long for a toolbar. For a tooltip over a drop down, that would be fine. So if you had the English one in the tooltip, that'd be good. Right. What am I trying to do? We need some kind of click handler, right, which changes the language. So we've got this way of changing the language like this. let me look at that example of drop down again because it's a bit confusing. Drop down. That's what I was trying to find. Selected drop down. Why does it use selected drop down read? Right. Selected. It's a bit weird. What does it do? So selected drop down. And I guess a selected drop down doesn't make any sense because there is only one drop down element control on the page. Look, let me show you what I mean. Right, here is a drop down. These are drop down items, right? Commonly referred to as options. In CSS, they're referred to as options, right? Because you can choose an option, right? So selected drop down doesn't make any sense. Selected option might make more sense. But who's selecting it? Why are they selecting it? Why is it called selected option? What happens if you have more than one of them? What the hell is going on here? And why? What? Why? So it says when you create the drop down, the value should be what normally goes here, right? Foo, right? You know, as long as it appears in the list, you're good, right? But why is this? Because it has to do it once, and then it has to do it again if it needs to be re-rendered, right? So it's essentially the same every time you re-render it, right? But why does it say use signal with a closure of nothing? What does this little closure apply to? I mean, it's magic for this. I don't know if it's pretty magic the way that's working. It's all in a macro, so it probably does some weirdness and wrapping this thing in something. I don't know what it's going to do, but I don't see how they sort of like relate to each other. Like if I had more than one drop down, for instance, right? What would you do? Like, you know, it's a bit weird, right? Can I clone this here? I'm just going to keep those values, you know, where they were. Oop, cone. Clone. Yeah, I know I've got my little dunce hat on. So, you know. How do you know when they're clicked? So on click is doing this. I don't know what this is doing. I mean, what if this isn't even in the list? Nah. What happens? Right? They're both set to first option, which doesn't appear in the list, which is very odd. So initially it uses this, and then if you change it, is this just providing a default? Is that the point of this, to provide a default? I don't know. It's very confusing. What does the on-click handler of a drop-down do? So you get an event handler of nothing. So drop-downs are a bit weird because you can have like a default item which you can't select in HTML and CSS, right? You can have an option which has got like selected true or something, but which you can't later reselect, which is sort of what you want when you like choose your age, right? You don't want to have a default for the age. You want to force the user to pick their age, for instance, right? So you need to be able to say choose your age in the drop down. But when you click choose your age, you don't want to see choose your age in the list. You just want to see a list of ages, right? You know, or choose your age range might be a better thing used for a drop down. So still a little bit mystified. Still a bit mystified. On click. I'm not really clicking it, I'm selecting it. This is the other thing as well, like in this. And this, I had the same problem with the other libraries that I was looking at as well. Most of them actually. Right. But I can't use my keyboard and I can't press return. And then nowhere in that list of words that I said did I say click on. Right. So cursor down, cursor up, selects the thing, press return, select. On click is one thing, but on select is another. Mouse event, and there's no mouse when you do a selection using the keyboard. And yeah, but there is on key down. I don't want to have to write the selection logic myself for every single option drop down that I've got, you know, but maybe you can make it. Oh dear, I don't know. Okay, good lord. Right, language selection. Still trying to work out how to do it. Don't know, not really. So we've got like language thing, because I don't know what this is really. It's got a read and a set on it. And CH. Who knows what the letter CH might stand for? Yes, Commander Guy, exactly that. A default option that you can't select. But also that doesn't appear in the list, yes. CH. For language CH. But even in the example that I had here, these are called values. Why is this not called value? It's a bit weird. So let's say language. I mean, if we're doing it properly, we should do it like that. So I need this language thing. don't know what I'm going to do with it. And it's supposed to be... Let's see what this is. Right, and somehow... Right. Why do I need a hook? And you see now I've got these up here, and I've got this over here, right? So commonly with drop-down things, you have a name and like a code or a value or something like this, right? Not just a list. Not just a list. It's got a value. Does it have a name? No. Right, because with the drop down you have an index, right? The first one is index 0, the second one is index 1, and so on and so on and so on. And when you're specifying your drop down boxes, you specify the value and the index, so that when you select something, even if it's got the same name as another item in it, you know which one of those two is selected, right? If the only thing I've got is value, how am I supposed to know if I've got multiple entries in the drop-down box with the same name, which one I'm selecting? You can't find out. You don't know. You've got no idea. So yeah, drop-down. I mean, I might be missing something. It's possible. But yes. So drop-down needs value and index, so that you can determine exactly what was selected when you have two drop down items with the same value. It's pretty common. I'm not making this up. Right. So we've still got this language thing. I've got a language thing, I can read it, but it's not this, it's like some use hook thing or something. Drop down thing, it's got use signal, that was it. I don't know what I'm doing here at all. I don't think that we need to do a move, so we'll leave that off. And it can't infer the type of foo. But, like... Because what I want... I don't want this vector of stuff, right? Let's say... Let language set is a hash set. Well, it's not ordered if we use a hash set. So if we go index map, if we have an index map of string to strings, and it's going to be, I think you can create these like programmatically. Let's say index map new for now. So we need that as a dependency, and the string is going to be the code and the name. Right, dependencies, index map, that one. No, we've already got this. Workspace, true, that one. Come on, index map. Why is it not compiling? Oh, because that's supposed to be a colon and not an equals. Duh. Okay, fine. Yeah, we don't care about that error message yet. So we've got an index map. Great. And we can go... And I'm sure there's a way of programmatically creating this. Let's have a look. Can you create one from an array? I don't think you can. Well, yes, you can create it from a tuple. Can you create one from a list of tuples, an array of tuples? Yeah, look, there we go, look. So we got a thing and another thing, and you go index map from. That's what we want. Let's try and work that out. So from, then we need an array, and then we need a tuple and another one. And then we're going to put in here the code. Yay. And then in here we're going to put the thing, the name. Right. So oh, wait, then we have to go dot to string on each of these. Otherwise it will be confused. Right. Now we don't need to mutate it. Okay, so we've got this language values, but it's using a hook. I don't know what hook is, but it apparently needs a vector of strings, which we can get from our language set values. Probably. But it gives us values with a lifetime of something, which I don't really care about too much. I think you go values.iter. Oh, no. iter.collect or something like this. We're going to say it's a vec of string, just to help the compiler. I think that's what we need. Oh, it's not moaning about it. That's fairly good. It's moaning about some CH thing. Here it is. Oh yeah, there's this. Look. So this is supposed to be language value. Oh, okay. It's got a value and it's got a label. We're okay. So instead of this language values being here, but why does it even need this? Okay, let's put this inside here, because maybe we can just do it. Yes, I know it's weird, but let's try and use it. And then we go value name. Okay. This is supposed to be the value. I still don't know what we're supposed to do inside this language thing. I don't think I actually ever need to know what the language is. I mean, I suppose you would need to know if you wanted to persist the language if you started the program up again, which is another problem we're going to have to deal with at some point. Let's say current language. And then what was this doing? Because it's not this, and I want to use the first item from this to select it, right? I need to return something, which should be the language set dot first. Probably need to unwrap it and then get the value from it. Dot one, maybe, right? This one, but it needs to be the key. Language set dot keys dot first. Probably that. First doesn't exist for it. Keys dot iter. Iter exists for dear, language set. So we've got index map. Language set dot keys. What does it give us back? It gives us keys. Can you go iter on this? Yeah. Oh, is it into iter? No, there's no first on it. Why not? Just want first. Get exists for this trait bounds will not satisfy. Why? Why? Yeah, okay. Can we just do get on the keys without going to an iterator first? No. Language set is an index map. I'm trying to get this out of this index map. I'm pretty sure that was how you used to do it. Let's go let foo is language set of keys. Just so that we can see the types here. Keys. There's an iterator for it. And the iterator of keys. And the type is K, which is what you use to construct the but why is it giving me a string? what can we do with it? But you can go index. An index gives you a type of K. Panics if it's out of bounds, but I don't want. It's a bit weird. I don't actually want the index, because the index map holds an index, but the index might be non-contiguous, right? I know it's not in this case, but it feels like I'm using the wrong API to do that. I just want the first one. Can I just go iter.next just to get the first one? I suppose I could. And that gives me a string reference. Probably it needs to be a string, probably. Current language. Well, I don't know if it needs to be that. I don't know what it needs. Could not find set language thing. Oh yeah, this was current language. Because this is like some use hook thing. But I don't know what it is. It's weird. It's not, yeah. I mean, it gives you a language set. But now it's bitching about that. Don't know why. No method for sets. So this is actually giving us this back. Is this supposed to be... Yeah, this is supposed to be current language. But current language is a signal of a string. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Alright, we don't need this, I don't think. Well, at some point we're going to actually need to change the language. It's telling us about type annotations needed because these aren't used anywhere, so let's just comment those out for now. But where do we actually set the language? Like, where do we set the language? Do we want to set the language first before the entire UI renders and then do it? I suppose we do. I mean, it's basically that, right? Yeah. I know it's hideous, I'm just going to do it here too. So we've set the language for the UI before it renders. Well, no, we've set the language for the sidebar. This is probably in the wrong place, really, isn't it? Let's. This is probably all in the wrong place, because really we sort of want a toolbar, but we want to do all this first. Where all this code is supposed to live, it's just like currently it's beyond me. Right, we've got this language set, which is like a fixed thing. Right, it shouldn't be living in the app sidebar. It should probably be living in the app. Let's move things around. Right, no idea what this is going to do to everything. It's probably going to break everything. But that's where that belongs. It belongs in the app, right? So you've got the app, you set some languages, and then you do some rendery stuff, and it gives you an element. That feels like more like what you want, right? And then as part of rendering the app sidebar, you need to be able to get the current language, which you get from this language set thing. But this language set thing is living in the app. But I don't have the app anymore. So let's create a function. Or should we create a const? We can't create a const because index maps aren't const. So we can have a static language set, and this can be an optional, because options can be const, of an index map set, no, string to string, and it's going to be none. And then if we have fun load languages, right, and instead of actually loading it, we build a set and go language set dot fuck me. Do you know what I mean? Static mute. Static mute. Oh god. What should I be using here? Look, I'm going to do a static mute. I'm not sharing it across threads yet. Everything's fine. We probably shouldn't be doing this, but this is what it is. But now you need to update that. You're going to need unsafe, because it's, oh god no. So not this. What? I need to populate this language set so that both this app thing can get the list of languages, and later on that this app sidebar can get the list of languages, right? So somehow we need something that holds languages that we can access from anywhere. Yeah, God, mutex. Are we into mutexes at this point? Oh no, new. And you give it a value, right? Yeah. Of none. Right. So now I suppose we can go language set dot log dot something. You get a mutex guard. Let guard is this, right? And then you go star guard equals start dot replace, maybe. No, that gives me a lock result. Oh yeah, we're just going to assume that it works, which is probably bad. Replace with an actual language set. Does this need to be a lock mut? Or does... I think you're supposed to do that. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's add these files from the example. I18N. This one, was it that? Yes. And there are two files. These ones. I don't know how these work at the moment. No, I don't care. Let's go. New directory translator. Let's just call it I18N. Paste them in there. No, I said paste them in there. Okay. All right. Text messages. Hello world. Okay. So we're going to need to work out how to actually. Hola mundo. Sí. Sí. Muy bien. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay, so what happens now if we do this? It goes, can't read this, that's because they're not there. /assets I18N. And I'm sure all this paths and all this kind of stuff that we got is going to be... Oh no, it's compile time that is. They might be okay. They're not dynamic though. If you want to change, because currently what it means is if you want to change the translation, you have to recompile the program. And we don't want that. That's just silly. So we've got to load the languages somehow. And we've got this app which gives us an element. But I don't like that. We need to do this from the main method. Because in here we've got an unwrap and it needs to work. And the only time that it will definitely work is from here. So it's okay. Right, now we can, now that we've got the languages in this languages thing, right, and they're stuck in our static mutex, which is available to everything for the entire duration of the program from any thread, we can perhaps try and access this by going fun languages. Sure. And it needs to give us a reference to an index map, blah de blah de blah de blah, right? But this reference is going to be static. And it is static because it lives in a static thing. Maybe we should be using an RC or ARC or something like this here. I don't know. I've not used those APIs very much yet. We'll see. But in order to do that, which might have a chance of working, we're going to try and go language set.lock and very broken. Not locked. I don't know. Right, and now we can access the thing inside it. We can get a reference to it, right? So we can go reference to start guard. Oh no, but we can go as ref, can't we? No. Option. Oh yeah, no. And it's always going to be in there. Because you're not allowed to call languages until you've called load languages. Cannot return value referencing, whatever. Okay, so let's go. Guard is borrowed here. Yeah, I thought I was going to run into these problems. Let boo is star guard. Let's see what this is. It's an optional index map. Should it be that? Return reference to this. But cannot move out of dereference. Yes, exactly. I'm not cloning it. That's silly. Okay, let's go guard. Ah, here we go, look. That's what we want, isn't it? Okay, cannot. Now we just basically have the same reference problem here. So, can I ever return a reference to something that's in there? This is probably where I need to use that arc thing, right? I don't know the API. All we want to do is have a list of languages in a drop-down box that we could select one from. Who would have thought it'd be so difficult? Right. You've got ARC and RC. I don't remember which one to use and when to use them. Or anything. Let's just say RC of this. Right. I'm not sure if this is what we want to be doing. Single threaded reference counter pointer. Reference counted. And you're supposed to... You put a thing in it. And then you can get references from it, right? That's how I understand it. Oh no. So you create a new reference counter and you put the language set in it. Right, so now if we go, I mean, what are we supposed to do here? What's the return type of this supposed to be? Like, are we supposed to be returning a reference to it? Right, and then, so we can't even create this. Because index map doesn't implement sync. and sync is for passing references to another thread. Oh, the whole send sync thing is rearing its head. Oh, my brain is finding it really difficult to grok the send and sync. No matter how many times I read it, right? After a while, it just goes into a cabbagey, cloudy diarrhea mess inside my head. It's bad. So what are we supposed to be doing here? Let's search for example of storing global state in a mutex Rust. Right. So you've got this, but this is not what we want to do, right? So you need to do something else. So here they've got a once cell where they build stuff, and it's got a mutex of some state in it. And, oh look, they return the mutex guard in this example. But the mutex guard will live for as long as you've got access to the guard. And in our particular case, where we're trying to build the languages and futz around with them, we're going to need them, I suppose, maybe in these closures? I don't know, maybe it'll work. Okay, so forget RC for now, because that clearly didn't work. So instead of doing that, we'll return a mutex guard of this. So we've got this mutex guard of an option thing. What can we do? Because I don't really want the option here. Do I need an option? Can I just go... Maybe I don't need an option. Yeah, no, I can't not do that because it's not const, which is no good. But I don't want to return an option from here. I want to return a mutex guard of that, right? But I can't. Okay, so it's got a static lifetime. I guess we don't really care. Well, I suppose we do actually. Right, and then what does it say? Mismatch times. So I got an option. Right, so how do I map this guard to something? Can I map it? Can I go OK? No. I still want the mutex guard, that's the thing. Because I want the mutex to be locked when the mutex guard is dropped. But I want the thing in the mutex guard to not be an option anymore. Mapped mutex guard. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That might actually be what I want. Wait, what? Why is this an index map here? What the hell? I was expecting an option here, and then to unwrap it. What map method is this calling? How'd you... What? What? How'd you create a mapped mutex guard? Do you go map mutex guard and then from or something? Oh, mutex guard created by map and try map. That's what I thought. Oh, it's an unstable feature. Oh, God. What are you supposed to do in the meantime? Fine. We're just going to return the same stupid thing that we've got. Right. I don't care. We're just going to do this. Right, and then the caller of languages can deal with the fact that they've got to unlock things. It's a little bit weird. Expecting something with a lifetime. Yeah, the mutex guard is created somewhere. Wait, what? Expected a named lifetime parameter. But I said static and it said it's not static. Oh, that's because I misread that. I misread that. Option. So if we just call this language set like this, and then call the method on it, and then go unwrap. Which is just painful. Rust development sometimes, honestly. Steep learning curve. Whatever is language set, blah de blah de blah. And that gives us this, right? But you can't have that. But you can go as ref on it, right? Can we? Can we do that here? Cannot be dereferenced. How am I supposed to get the thing out of this? Can I do this? Right. I'm not sure what that's bitching about there. Oh yeah, probably because of this stuff. Okay, we'll ignore that for now. So apparently whatever we can get, but this is all wrong. And we want to unwrap it. Why was it thinking this language set was... Oh, it's the name of the method, right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so everywhere we want to get the language set, we have to do this. One of the places is here. Another one of the places is here. Now this is probably all going to go completely pear-shaped. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. Sure. Oh dear. Okay, now we've got the mutex guard, and then we can use the mutex bar guard to do the thing. So instead of doing that, we do that. And then we have the same problem down here and here. Right, now we get cannot return the thing. Cannot borrow current language is mutable. But current language. I don't know how to use this drop down thing, it's just madness. Like, what? We're trying to call set on what? A writable. So this current language is supposed to return something that's writable, right? But it's not writable. Like, what does it do? And then the thing is that it goes current language.read. I don't want to change the things in the map either. No. Like, what am I supposed to do here? What? Right. If I go current language.read like this, it's like on click, it gets a value, clones it, and calls set on something which gives you a writable. Let's just say, because this is madness, I don't know what this is. Let's go let mut current language, and then maybe ask the I18N subsystem for the current language, perhaps. And we make this a string, which is writable. What the fuck? I don't know, so I18N and then some way of reading what the current language is. So the example that was set in the language was this, and it goes I18N set language. So who thinks there is going to be an equivalent I18N get language? And why isn't this I18N? get language. I mean, it's got selected language. What does this do? It gives you a language identifier. What's a language identifier? Great. And that gives us a really weird thing like, fantastic. No, 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 no. So we're just going to say when it's initialized, it's the first line. But it's wrong. It's not right. It's not right. No, no. We need another signal for the current language, probably. Probably another mutex for that. Fine. Can we go, right, we've got this app thing, we've got this use i18n. Let's just cut this from here. And then in load languages, let's do this. Right, we're not going to need to do some of this because we don't need binding yet. We've already got the language set. Right. First language, and we this one here, right? We go let mut guard is selected language dot log dot unwrap, right? And then we go star guard, replace it with the first language. We're going to clone it. Right, so now we've got the selected language and the language set available to us. And I guess here we're going to need to do this thing as well. And I'm just going to return a string here because why not? In this particular case, it's sort of cheap to do this, right? But you know, I mean, you don't even really want to be copying the strings around every time you select the language. It seems very wasteful to me. I just want to return a string reference, and the string is static. Maybe I should put it in a box. And then I can return a reference to the thing in the box, right? So maybe this thing should be a boxed string, because then the box will have static lifetime and I can get a reference to things in the boxes which have a static lifetime. I don't know, let's try it. Box new. Because I want a string, I want a reference to a string, or even one of those. But I think a string reference is probably going to be better. So that gives us that. And it's going to say cannot move, right? Can we go as ref? And then what? Box string unwrap, and then as ref. That gives us a string reference, look. Yeah. I do want to return a static reference to this, because I put it in a box specifically. But it's still bitching about this. It's like, I don't care about the guard. Do we have to go, is it something like box? Ah, dear. Let's just not do that. Right, so we've got a reference to a box string. How do I get a reference from the thing in the box? Oh dear. I don't want to leak it, because that's going to make the box forget itself. I'm looking for a method which gives me reference to string. Let's not call as ref on it. Right, what else can we do with this? So I get a box of a string. Hi. Right, and it will say cannot move on this because it can't. But I don't want to clone the value in it. I'm trying to get a reference to the thing that's in the box. A box statically allocates some stuff in some memory somewhere. That memory is going to live forever until the end of the program, where the operating system will free it at the end. So I should be able to get a static reference to it, right? How do you do it? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be doing it. Probably just shouldn't be doing it. Often, if you have to try really hard to do something in Rust, it probably means you're not doing the right thing. Do you know what? Let's just go with a crappy, inefficient way of doing it. Whatever. I don't care. I give up temporarily. There are many things that I need to ask people about how this is all supposed to work. No box. I don't know, maybe it should be an RC string here. I don't know. Let's just go clone. It's madness to do another memory allocation and deallocation for this string temporarily. It's just madness. Fix me. No, avoid cloning. but how? Right. So we've got our app, right? It calls load language. We've got load languages. The language has been set from the list. We've got the list available to us, and now we've got the current language set that's available to us now as well. So somehow we should be able to do this same thing here, so that when this current language thing is used to read it, it reads the value of the current language. So not this one, but current, selected. Right? Right. Okay. But this thing is a string that's writable, right? And we're supposed to go current language thing dot set. Right, but that's not going to have any effect whatsoever, because we've cloned the selected language. Plus, also, we don't even want to do that. So it feels like this is just not what we need here. Let's go change language. Right. And we've also got this code for changing language here as it is anyway. Right. Fine. So we've got change language, and we've got this language code, which is what I'm going to call this. And we're going to go change language. Let's clone this now. No, let's not do that yet. Right. So we've got a string, and we pass it in. Do we want the caller to clone it? Not really. So we're going to go change language, and then we're going to lock the selected language. And we're going to do that. But it's not first language, it's going to be language code. And now this language code parse makes a lot more sense, because you know you're parsing a code, and codes need to be parsed. Type annotations needed. Oh wait, we don't need to do that, this is already a string. Right, change language, we pass it a reference. Cannot move out of language set because it was borrowed. Language set. Yeah. Right. We have to do this before you put it in there. That's fine. And then you can't return this thing. So this language set thing, it's like language set thing. Like, a reference to an index map. It seems pretty crazy to, you know, to need to do that. Panicked. Global context. Okay, looks like we're into debugging Dioxus apps now. Who knows why that's going to happen? I've got no idea. Failing to make a language selector drop down. Right. Process didn't exit successfully. Panicked. Global context. $158. Don't do that. What's the keyboard shortcut for navigate to a line of code? Navigate, Control G. With current scope, use hook. It goes to be in a Dioxus runtime. Right, so wherever we're using this use hook, we're using it in the wrong place, probably. Don't know. I don't even know what a hook is. What is a use? What is a hook? Store a value between renders. Accepts and initialize a closer which is run the first use of the hook. Typically initial render. Why? Why do we need a hook? Provide an initial value at the time it's created. On the initial render. Right. I don't know. I I don't know what I'm doing. So this drop down thing has this use hook thing here, right, which is where this came from. But why? Why does it clone it? Let's call this language set signal, right? And let's call this language set hooked. Not hook, but hooked. Because use hook gives you back one of these index maps. It doesn't give you back an actual hook. It gives you back whatever the initializer gives you. I'm still not a fan of these expect things. Like the messaging here is just like, I don't know. Because when you see one of those, it doesn't say the word expect. So then it reads really wrong. It goes to be in a Dioxus runtime, which is just doesn't read right at all. It like should be in a Dioxus runtime perhaps, but not to be. But then it doesn't read expect should be in a Dioxus runtime. Doesn't read right when you're writing it. So I'm just not sold on this use of the expect thing. Plus it means your binary is like littered with strings which are unimportant to most consumers of the binary. Especially when you're dealing with embedded stuff. You want to use expect, but you don't want the messaging. Right, so what are we supposed to do here? Language set hooked. I mean, I don't want to clone it, but it clones it anyway. It still doesn't make any sense either, because how am I not in a Dioxus runtime? So change language. Right. So you can't do change language yet. Fine. So the first call to change language is probably the one that it's complaining about, which is where it goes load language. So let's move the call to change language to inside the app here. But now I need to get the first language again. Oh, which is all manner of pain. It's just painful. So painful. I want to load languages. Can we go... No, it's just how about we say initialize, and then it won't be a lie for us to do this as well. And we're just going to say that it's set even though that it's not been set. And then we're going to stupidly do this. And it's broken. Error. Error while rendering component app any ... Oh, that's a fantastic error message, that is. Could not find Dioxus signal language identifier. What? Let's look at the call stack. Use I18N is where it's use hook. Are we supposed to do something else first, perhaps? Let's look at the I18N example. Maybe we're missing something in here. It goes launch app. No, that's the drop-down one. Did we do this somewhere? I thought we did. Did we not do the use init I18N? Maybe we didn't do it. It's possible that we didn't do it. Yeah, I don't think we did it. Okay. Initialize languages. Oh, that's supposed to be initialize. Okay. We didn't do this bit. Why has it got... Select a language, fallback language. Right. And then we've got the list of languages. And it needs a vector of stuff, which is currently in a closure. Hold on a second, because this is going... What does set language do again? Change language, rather. It goes parse on the code. So I guess you don't really need to do this. If we build this language things with some other stuff inside here as well, Because this is a language here, right? And this is a language, so perhaps you can use the language as the keys. Rather than getting the codes everywhere. Fine. So we're going to go... What are we going to do here? How about we go... I don't know what to do. I could build this list from somewhere. I could get the keys. We've got the first language code, which is this one, right. It's parsing it twice, which I'm going to say this is a language. I don't know whether we're going to need to clone it. Alright, so we've got language identifiers, we've got languages, we've got language codes. Is this an internal thing? No, it can't be. Why can't I import it? Oh, where the hell does this come from? It is a dependency. Jeez, God, this is a bit difficult, this is, isn't it? Put that in there. Now we've got a language identifier. Great, fine, fantastic. Happy. Right, so we need to clone it the first time, but we don't need to parse it twice. Right, and then we've got this list, which we need to build up a different way. So we can go for language in language set. But we don't really want to do that. We want to go let languages, which is going to be a vector apparently of language. It needs to be built from the language set keys. Iter. No. And then we need to map each one of those using this. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Let's do it right. What is this? This is... Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I thought this was the code. That's annoying. Okay, no, it's not the end of the world. We'll go something like match key. And then eventually there'll be some better way of doing this. Oops. What language am I programming in today? Yes, I made a typo. And then anything else just goes panic. And then we return that, and then we go collect on it, right? And then here we can replace this with languages. Maybe? How about now? No. Right. Let's just iterate over the set and just right, something like that. There we go. No. Expect to be in a Dioxus runtime. Okay, fine. Still. Initialize languages. So initialize languages needs to be called from within a Dioxus runtime. So, you know, so we've got this initialize languages here. So that seemed like a no. And we've got this app. I'm going to have to put it here by the looks of it. Maybe. Oh. I mean, we haven't got the definitions for anything in there, and it's not changing the language, it's not changing the drop down box, and nothing else is happening properly. But we've got a drop down. And it does have the things in it that we want. But in the initial thing is wrong. It's just wrong. Everything's wrong. So many things that are wrong about it. And this way of developing is just, I don't know. It's like if you're building something from scratch, you can do it in test-driven development very easily, right? But if you're trying to use some existing framework that you've no idea how it works, you know, I want to have a test that says, I want to see a window, I want to see the content, I want to have a drop-down box, it's going to have these things on it, I want to run tests and I want to see it. Whereas now I'm having to sort of press play on this thing, drag a window across, and it's too manual. I don't like this type of testing at all. It's just, I definitely need to find a better solution to this way of doing things. Right. So the first thing that's wrong with this is the initial value is a code and not the name. That's because we've got selected language here, and that gives us a string back. Where do we use selected language? Okay, so let's make selected language return something useful. Let's call it a language pair. And it's going to have a code. And it's going to have a name. And we're going to return a language pair instead. And this optional string thing in this selected language is not going to be a string anymore. It's going to be one of these. Which means when we initialize this, we've got this first language code, and we've got the keys, but we don't want we want both things now. Let's make this values iter like this. I'm not sure why it thinks this language code is a string because it shouldn't be. I mean, we don't even need an index map at this point. We can just have a... Ugh. Let's just have a vec of language pairs. Oh. You know. It's just, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's not a set anymore. Languages. You can call first on a vec as well. First. I'm sure we can just go languages dot first. Don't need that anymore. And then we need to parse the code. And then here we've got a language pair. And then we can match the code. Sure. And then the selected language is going to be the first language identifier. Why is it complete type is found? I'm not sure why it's moaning about that. Languages, well, this is completely wrong. This is not an index map here. Language set. Languages, whatever. Missing one. This needs those on it. I still don't know why it's moaning about that. Values that are being moved. Languages. Alright, it's passed here. But that's not this. This is supposed to be the different thing. This is, what is this? This is actual stuff. I suppose we could move that back into this closure. Take the semicolon off, maybe that'll work. Yeah. Why? Oh yes, because you can't clone it currently because we haven't put clone on it. We need to drive clone. Right. Language set doesn't give us this anymore. It gives us a vec of language pair. Go, and this is used by some code down here with music's gone, blah blah blah. Change language code. No, you see. So, in order to change the language with just code, where do we change language with just a code? So, selected language gives us a language pair, right? But we've got this value thing here, which is not correct. This is a pair. Let's say language. And then let's say, yeah. And then we can make this take a language pair, which is what you need to update the thing now, because it's selected language as a language pair. Name in this scope. Yeah, it's language dot name. Right. But here it needs to be. This gives us a signal of a language pair, and you need to read it, and then you need to get the name from it. Language pair dot code dot parse. We're getting there. Right, it's going to run now. What do you think it's going to do? Okay, so we've got English United States there now, and then we've got two other things. And I have no idea why this drop down is rendering over to the right here. I bet I do know why it's doing it. Okay, so more pain. Drop downs. You probably do a strike through on this. I don't know how you do a strike through. Is it this? No. Is it this? No. Is it this? It might be. How'd you do strike through? Oh, I don't know. We're working. Oh, it was that. Okay, fine. So when there's not enough space, it renders to the right. Why? Okay, let's have a look before I delve into this too much. I want to justify this language thing. Got some other issues going on with some windows being weird sizes. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's very annoying. Right. Right, so we were trying to find the Freya one. Let's have a look for space paddings. It's not really padding. No. It's just like a space that I need to stick in the middle of somewhere to shift the other thing over. There was a position one. I don't really want to be doing absolute positioning. Don't care about that. Let's search for pad or maybe spacing. A spacer? No. Space. Do you just put another rect in there with nothing on it? Let's see if we can work that out. So we've got our toolbar, which we need to break out to another little component at some point. Let's just go rect here like this. Let's see what it does. Yeah, nothing. What happens if you go width 100%? You know, it can't be 100%, but does it get what's left? No. No, no. Like, because it needs to be dynamic, this bit does. How do we do it? Alignment? Yeah. Let's run this example. Is this bit an example, or is this just... Space evenly? No. There's a green bit. That must be this bit. And here it says 50% of what? Right, so this is 50% of the thing that it's contained in. But end. Main align end. Kind of need to know what this main align and cross align is really. Is it? Oh dear. No. So if you have one box, one little group which contains two things, and then a spacer, and then another thing at the end, maybe it goes. Maybe you have to do it like that. Maybe you have to create a group around these things, a rectangle here with these things in it. then we've got our drop down in this thing. I'm guessing well, no. Because I don't want to specify the width of these things. Like, for instance, I don't want to do this and let the other thing take up the remaining space, because I don't even want this to be 50%, right? I want this to be over here. I don't care how wide this is. I don't care how wide this chunk is either. I suppose we have to put a direction on this as well. Let's just give them all. I don't know why I didn't inherit the direction. That's a bit weird. I mean, maybe that's... Ooh! That actually worked. I wasn't really expecting that to work. Let's just set the background of this, because I want to see what actually happened here. Background. I would say red. I don't know. No red thing. Probably done it wrong. Let's put, you know, a hex code in it instead. No red thing. Let's go, I don't know, let's put a label in here that says foo, just to see what happens. Not what I was expecting at all. Also, that's thrown out this thing now as well. So, I don't know. Maybe we don't even need this bit. What happens if you specify this to be much less than the content that is supposed to go in it? That's what happens. And then there's overflow. Overflow. What are the options here? Oh, it'd be nice if there was some auto completion for all this stuff, wouldn't it? You see, this is what you don't get with strings everywhere. Overflow. Can't click on it. Can't go to the information. Overflow. That's what I don't like about these macro-based ones. It's like finding out what you can do is because you're basically like trying to go into or guess at some random macro DSL implementation, and it's just no. I don't like these. I don't like them. I want the IDE to help me, to tell me what I can do and what I can't do. Right, with say, I know there's probably a way of doing this without using these RSX macros, but I don't know what it is yet. But with other GUIs, you've basically got access to the elements, and you go dot background and dot whatever. So instead of like searching around for hours trying to work out what the property for background color is like we did earlier, I'll just have a short list of things, this kind of thing, right? But now, because I don't know how the hell all this works, I can't just bring up this, click on one of these, and then go to its documentation. No, that'd be far too easy. What I have to do instead is go, well, overflow. Where's the documentation for overflow going to be? I've got no idea, because it could be anywhere. So then we have to, I don't know, switch to the repo that hopefully contains the code, and then even that is a guess. And then what am I looking for? I'm looking for a rectangle, the implementation of overflow on a rectangle in a native router in the RSX macro. Well, good luck with guessing that. So we go, I don't know, let's do a just search for overflow. That's all you can do, right? Because otherwise you're trawling around everywhere. Overflow. In project. And then I have to go, oh God. Right? Just the amount of time that gets sucked out of your life by using macros and DSLs is just unbelievable. Right, where might it be? Text overflow? No. Property? I mean, there's a document, but where's the implementation though? Clip and none. But what's the default value? Is it none? Who knows? Overflow. Let's say none here and see what happens. Missing trailing comma. Okay, fine. What about the casing of this? Should it be a capital N? No, you see, that made no difference at all. And I don't want to clip it. In fact, I don't actually want any overflow. I want it just to expand to the minimum size of the things that are in it. Dear. And then I don't want my window to be sized smaller than the minimum size of all the things that needed size. Right? How do we do it? What other things can we do with rect? We've got padding height, min height. I don't know the heights. I don't want to calculate them from all the children elements or anything like that. I want the framework to do it for me. I don't care about this. I don't care about font family. I've got this alignment, rotate, overflow, margin, content, focusable, layer, offset. No. No. Let's have a look at these width height things. No. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the width and the height are. I don't even care. I just want there to be one in the middle which takes up the rest of the space. And it needs, so basically that element just needs to know width of the elements to its left and to its right, and then have a concept of the container's width, and then take one and then the other, and then its width is whatever's left. Don't care. I don't want to specify the width. No. Don't want to specify the width. No. Does it do it? Maybe it does it. No, you see, it doesn't do it, you see. Because it's not getting... This and this combined aren't adding up to this. I need a thing in the middle. This was my first thought, you know, to put another thing in the middle with width of remaining of this after you've worked out how big these are supposed to be. It didn't complain about the word remaining in there. That was interesting. And we got warnings, we got errors. Don't know what that means. Don't know. Okay, so for now we're going to hack it in like this, like we did earlier. And we're going to say, I don't know, 70% and 30%. To do, instead of specifying two widths, have a spacer element here. Window cannot be resized smaller than the width of the elements in the two rects. You know, we've got to start somewhere, so I guess it's going to have to do. This is my face of unhappiness. Oh, God, and it's wrapped it as well. Okay, so, you know, it's not 30% then, is it? Play the guessing game. And this is... I hate this stuff about UI. It's just tinkering with, like, percentage numbers until things doesn't look rubbish. And then someone changes the font and then all the numbers are just wrong. You know? It's just no. What the hell is this? Uh, oh, what the fuck? What the? Why the hell is this over here? Why? It should be underneath the drop down. Oh gosh. What if inside... Right, so we've got some buttons and I've got some drop downs and I want these things to be in here, but what about, because this is daft, we have another rectangle here. Because maybe it's inheriting this direction. Or something stupid. That was a good guess, right? I mean, come on. Just giving some feedback in the Discord. Right. Fix me this. Additional rect is required because the drop down inherits the direction from the parent. Can't make this up. Can't make it up. 2024. 2024. Window. This is like credit to everybody that's having a go at this. Don't get me wrong. I am quite moany and everything about all this, but after doing like computers and programming for like 40-something years, because I'm an old fart, I just have a level of expectation which is met increasingly less with every passing year. There's more code, there's more tools, there's more knowledge, there's more information, there's more people, but it's getting harder to do things, not easier. Right, so we've got to create, save, and we've got a drop down which actually sort of maybe renders okay. But the language isn't changing or anything like that right now. So probably because we've got no translations anywhere. But the first thing to fix is the drop down box itself. When we pick this, it's not doing anything here. So change language does, it does the selected language, it changes it, but it doesn't do anything with the drop down box. That's probably what the problem is. So I suppose because the change language is one thing, right? And then we also need to write into the signal the language cloned. Probably. Compara is mutable. Why not? Change language signal. This is the thing that needs to be writable. I mean, should it be mutable? Yeah, maybe. Okay. This function takes 0 parameters. Let's have a look at the other thing, because I don't know how this writable thing works. Okay, let's go back into this thing. So they had a drop down. Right. Which gives you a signal of a string. Oh, it's called set, not write. And again, oh wait, actually we can use autocomplete there, that's good. Right, because this is Rust here, so, okay, fine, that's good. At least. What about now? There we go, look, it changes now. And the drop down box moves around when you click it. Yeah. Right, well, it is what it is at the moment. I just have to hope that these things get fixed over time. Oh, yeah. Alright, so let's see, finally, if we can actually make some of the content appear in a different language. Ah, it's going to be amazing. So we don't know how we do it really, do we? So we've got some assets, right? ENUS. And we've got this text, and we've got messages. And we're going to say, well, if I just stick the word create here, that's not going to be any good for anybody, is it? Right? There's ways of doing this internationalization stuff. Often you need like some kind of dotted notation for the thing that you're trying to get someone to translate, because depending on the context that it uses, you might use a different word. So you need some context in the name of the key. So I don't know, let's say toolbar button create. Now we've got some context, and we're going to say create. And what is this? A JSON file. No comments here then. Ugh. Or is it a Rust file? No, it's a JSON file, damn it. JSON file? Meh. Alright, fine. Toolbar button, save. And then why is oh, I see. This is right. This is how you use string interpolation in here. We're just going to delete that for now and reference it when we need it. But why is this and this, you know, the same sort of key here? It's a little bit weird. Should I really be going toolbar and then like this and then button? Is this what this is trying to tell me? You know, I think doing button there might be one step too far. If this is sort of okay as I'm understanding it. I hate having to remove the commas everywhere. Bloody JSON files. Whoever came up with that needs a slap. I just want commas everywhere, so that when there's a diff and I add something, I don't have to, you know, futz around with it. I want my commas. Right, moving on. Okay. And I guess we've got some other messages as well, haven't we? Let's say, let's refresh our memory. What does our user interface look like again? There was like some, I know there was some content, but it's just temporary at the moment. Let's forget about it. Okay, so now we've got these, and we need to try and use these things now. So we've got messages, toolbar button, create. Right. And because we've got to do this in 2 languages, we'll do it. And we need to use a translator. Not using Google Translate here. Create. Not German, but Spanish. I think it's this one. Oh dear, what happened there? It didn't copy it to the clipboard, did it? I have to click that. Okay, fine. And then save. I should probably know some of these. Yeah, okay. I did know that one. It just wasn't coming to my head. Alright. Magic. Okay. So now, somehow, we need to replace this with some internationalization thing. Let's look at the example. Close all the other things. So we do this apparently. But I need to concatenate the toolbar icon with the text. So why is also this in its own block? It's a little bit weird. Anyway, so this is what we need to do. We need to go this. Can we go format here? And then maybe slap this in. Uh-oh. And then put this in, and then maybe this. What do we think? Have I got enough exclamation marks? Oh, I think this needs to go... in a thing. Right, and that makes it Rust code. And the content is going to be the content of the label. And the I18N is called I18. No, it's not. Oh, we don't have it. We need to get it again. I think we need this. Let me fix the name of this. It's called I18N because it's 18 letters long, starts with I and ends with the letter N. So this should always be called I18N, otherwise it doesn't make any sense at all, because then it would be like I17. And that isn't any kind of abbreviation for the word internationalization. Just if anyone didn't know the history of that. Right. Oh dear. Do we need to mutate it? I don't think we do. Who thinks this is going to work? No, it's not going to work because we haven't changed the message yet. So we've got to go messages. What is it? A message? Is it message toolbar? Button. Create. Oh, don't overwrite the Unicode value. Don't do it. Don't do it. Save. Okay. Pass or fail. Place your bets. Ooh, compiled. Fail. We got no... Oh, what happened to that? Did it crash? It crashed. Unable to retrieve the hooks at this index. You likely to use the hook in a conditional. Hooks require considering ordering between renders. Functions prefixed with use should never be called conditionally. Well, we've got problems. How did I even cause that to happen? Oh. No, it's random. Oh, fantastic. We've got random crashes. I hate things like that because you've no idea whether you've fixed it until it happens again. They're the worst. I mean, we've got this. Consult the rules of hooks. Sure, you know, and it is moaning about some other... Well, it was. But there's so much log spam, I can't even see the log message anymore. There's these messages. Probably we need to do something about these. Use I18N while a component was running. Like use I18N, right? Oh, this is called use I18. Oh, that's dumb. That's look, you've got a mod called I18N, and you've got a file called use I18N, and then inside it you've got a struct called use I18. Can we be consistent, please, developers? Use i18n.rs. Yeah. Use i18n.rs and struct i18. No. Use i18. My list is not good. Oh yeah. Before okay. Different width toolbar. No. Drop down items cause the drop down itself to shift left when a smaller item is selected and while clicking the drop down. Right. So, why aren't these things appearing over here? That's the next question to answer. Right, close everything else. What happened? So, messages toolbar button create. Perhaps it didn't find the translation. That's my first guess. Right, so messages toolbar button create. Right. Let's see what happens just for shits and giggles if we go messages dot toolbar dot button create like this. Because I don't trust it to have worked out my intent from the previous block above this. Like, does it only go one level deep? Let's find out. We could do some RTFMing. Look, we've got create and save there now. So yes, my first guess was right. It's not finding the translation. But why? What happens if we go toolbar.button create? Let's delete these. And the stupid comma. Or not stupid comma, depending on how you like it. Right. So doesn't find them. How about we go I don't know. Messages.toolbar. I mean, that's all manner of craziness, that is. That's a no. So what's the point of this messages block? What am I missing here? So it's got messages and hello world. Right, let's see where hello world is used in this example. It's used with messages dot hello world. Right? So then this dot and then something else. So why then, when we go messages dot and then something else, does it not find it? Is it because each of these things need to be in its own little nested block? You know, what kind of madness is this? Arr! Don't do that. Oh, it's IDE pain. Okay, look, just give me this. Create. Just. Oh, why is the IDE doing that? God, that's annoying. Stop fucking with my shit. Oh, I'm missing a colon. Pass or fail? I'm going for pass because it's the only sane thing that could happen. Right, so you can't have a mix of... Why? Look, these language files come from this from this, and it uses serde JSON to do from stir, and language is texts and ID. Right, so we've got this texts thing. Right. Oh, no, not that. This. Texts. Right, so it's got a hash map. Right, okay, it's fine. But it's got a hash map of this. Right. So it's either a string. Wait. What? But how does messages and then... Wait. What? Not that one. This one. How does this get put into the messages thing? By this. Text. I've got a hash map. The property is messages. The property is messages. But now the property is going to be messages.hello. Does it search for the keys? But query, let's look at the query thing. I bet it does. Yeah. Let me just keep these here for a second. You can't even comment things out in JSON. It's such a rubbish file format. I hate it. You have to do this or something other similarly stupid thing where the commented out stuff is still part of the actual document. I mean, even XML allows you to have comments. Right, so I wanted to quickly try just putting these back again. Because I can't comment things out, I'm going to delete them. Right. Oh, JSON parse file, error. Yeah, let me run that again. See, it doesn't work. It's like an all or nothing thing. Fine. At least we know how it works. Let's make a note though, because it is a pain point. Dioxus I18N query can't handle this. You know, it is what it is. Oh dear, no. How do I tab the whole thing in? Oh no, no, God, no. No, now it's undone too much. Oh dear. No. How do I indent like this? Like, I want it there. I don't know. How do I select this? Oh gosh. Yeah. How do I select? How do I delete it? I can't delete it. I can't add another thing. Oh god. Okay. What about? Oh. Well, that was pretty stupid. Right, fine. Moving on. God, it's painful today, isn't it? Right. Okay. We're making progress. Honestly, we are. Oh. Oh, oops. Let me just take a screenshot of this. Right, apparently there's a better place to report some issues. Let's see if we can hop into the right place. Freya and the README. Oh, there's the Discord link. All right then, cool. Oh, 248 people. That's good. Right. Okay, let me just introduce myself in the Discord channel. Bear with me. Let's post this in. Oh, wait. Oh, dear. No. Oh gosh, what's it doing? It's resized the wrong window. Let's resize the right window. There we go. Oh, oh. No, no. There we go. Copy. Right. Yeah. Let me just paste the link to this. Copy this. Right. Yes, Commander Guy. Scared you shit in the chat. That's hilarious. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Where do we get to? This one. Right. Okie diddly doke. So, the random crashing, let's see. We need to deal with that. I need to add the translations to the other thing. So, this is what we're trying to do so far, right? But if I just randomly click around, eventually it'll... Oh, dead. We've got to fix that. This is the problem with the drop-down box, for those just joining the stream. If you've got a small thing here and it's selected, this changes, right? But now, when you click it, it bumps back out to the left. Which is jarring, shall we say. Other problems I had are the justification of the drop-down entries that appear. They don't work properly unless you've wrapped the drop-down in another rectangle. They do this. This bit. Here we go, it's launching. Right, watch. No. No. That's not what you want at all. I mean, it might be for someone. I don't know who. But it might be. So if anyone has any ideas on what to do about the random crashing, please shout out in the chat. I'm probably going to have to look at some of the error messages. I18N working. Ignore the commit message. If you're just joining all this commit messages, we're doing a sort of experimentation stuff at the moment. Obviously this is sort of prototypey, throwaway code, and it's all a mess at the moment. But somehow we have to work out how to do something, and then how to test it properly, and then how to make nice, stable, long-living, clean production code out of it. But that is not what this is that we're looking at today. Nor the commit messages that you're seeing here would be like what you would see in the final commit history for this. This is just sort of work in progress as we go, marking a line in the sand. So we were failing to create our I18N files because of this query method doesn't do what I expected it to do. So let's quickly fix up the Spanish translation because this didn't work. You either have to do them all one way or all the other way. And if anyone's watching and has got better translations for these things, then please let me know. Right. Mark's given me some very quick feedback in the Discord channel. That's much appreciated. I'll have to have a little read through that. Oh yeah, I've got to put that back. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. So look at this. We've got Spanish. Happy days. Amazing. If I just quickly keep toggling this, does it crash? What is the cause of the crash? Like, but if I do it again, you know, it's and then selecting a language does it. It's pretty random. The I18N stuff is not even used by the on-click handler for the create button. Alright, anyway. So, yeah, we're going to need to look at that. Oh, we need to add these fonts to this thing as well. Yeah, let's just amend that commit, it's fine. Yeah, the theming stuff, Mark. I was having issues with theming because I wanted to add a font theme. Like, I wanted to create a theme, specify the font in the theme, and then when you choose a different theme somehow, or use a theme, then the font for all the elements changes, and I want everything to pick up that base font. Much like when you put a CSS style on an HTML element, right? A CSS style for font family on an HTML element. Yeah, I'm probably using the hooks in the wrong way, but I'm basing my stuff off zero knowledge of how hooks are supposed to work and examples which I don't fully understand, and probably misconceptions. This is Rust Rover, which is basically C Lion but with a Rust plugin, like as a standalone project now. It's very good at doing the refactoring. If you've not used it before, then I highly recommend it. It's fantastic for refactorings. Right, so let's see if we can deal with some of these errors. So when we start it up, it spits out a bunch of errors. We could deal with some of these warnings. Let's deal with the warnings first, so that they're not noise. Unreachable pattern. Yeah, we don't actually have anything other than navigate right now, so that's fine. This is in the app stuff. And we're trying to use Crux here as well. And this navigation response needs to be pub. There. That's what that's telling me. Right. Oh, not run. I want build. Okay, fine. Okay, let's look at the warnings again. Don't need that. I'll use variable name, yes. Yeah, we don't use index mapping. Oh! I pressed the wrong key then. Use navigator, don't need that apparently. Don't need this. I don't need that. Or this. And also, we remove the dependency on index map. Right, that should clean up all the warnings. Uh-oh. Oh, it's doing syncing. Hold on. Give it a moment. Oh, thus. Because we're using the destructuring. Right, so let's have a look now. Do we have any warnings? Yeah, we can look at that later, but not too interested in those. Okay, fine. So, if anyone knows how to turn off this Dioxus core virtual DOM info log message, I would love to know. Because when we're starting the app up, we say Dioxus logger with a level of debug. Yeah, but I want to turn this off. Right. So it goes write signal on use ITN RS. Happened while a component was running. Writing to signals during a render can cause infinite renders when you read the same signal in the component. Happened while a component was running. So this is our code. Right, let's find all the usages of use I18N or use I18. It's so annoying, that is. Right, so we've got one here in change language. We've got one here in app sidebar. And that's it. So what are we supposed to do here? Like if there was a stack trace at the time this message was logged, that might be useful in helping solve the problem. Then we've got this use coroutine. On this app core. Is it both of these in this method that's the problem? I've got absolutely no idea what to do to fix these things. Where's the change language function called? The change language function is called when the app starts and then when the drop down box, when the drop down is changed. And that's it. And this use coroutine thing here is used by app core, and app core is used when clicking the buttons, and that's it. You cannot call hooks in event handlers. Okay, I don't know what an event handler is. Probably you're referring to this. Right. Okay. Let me look at the Freya example. Right. I was looking at the drop-down one. Signal, we've got this use hook values, and the values is used here. when rendering the drop down, but not in the on-click handler, but a property from the hook is used in it. They can only be called, I'm not quite following it as to what you mean by only. They can only. They is what? They can only be called from the component functions body. This is a component, right? And so's this, but I don't fully understand also why this exists. Or what it does. There's just this, you know, there's this. What does it do? Like, what makes a component a component? Is it the presence of this macro or not? Or is it just something that returns an element? So the hooks can only be used. Yeah, hooks, functions that directly or indirectly called use hook or any other hook can only be called in components functions. But you may use its return values in event handlers. Okay, so this makes it a component, right? Thank you. I think I might have been doing this too long today. We've got 5 hours today on this stream. My brain is a little bit fried, to be fair. So the use I18N thing is this a hook? Right, this is a hook. Right. So you're saying I can't use I18N because it calls use hook from a function which is not a component, and it's not a component because it doesn't return an element. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, I can slap the code up as is. That's not a problem. We can do that. There we go. Let's make sure we've got everything there. Everything. There we go. Work in progress. Thus. Push that up. We're on a branch, so we're okay. And the link to it is not on this window. I think it's in the video description actually. If you check the video description, you should find it, but there's currently a PR of this at the moment. So the last thing I just did is there. I'll slap that in the chat for you. There. Yeah, like I'm a proper noob when it comes to Freya, Dioxus, and any kind of like Rust UIs. I don't know a lot of the standard libraries. Yeah, I don't know a lot of the standard library. I spent a lot of time doing lots of work with embedded stuff rather than sort of desktop-y, server-y, back-end-y kind of thing. So I was doing like flight control systems for racing drones in Rust. So I'm not a noob at programming and systems and all this kind of thing, but I'm a noob at Rust when it comes to standard API, and I'm a noob at all things to do with graphical user interfaces and Dioxus and all this stuff. So just a bit of background for anybody who's going, oh, why don't you know this? Yeah. Like my first Rust program, I skipped Hello World and went straight for a preemptive scheduler on a Cortex M4 core. So, you know, it's like I have some skills, but not the ones I need for doing this today. Right. Probably need to learn more about these hooks and all this kind of stuff, really. So what do we do to fix this? So if we can't use I18N from anywhere else other than one of those thingies, this change language thing can only be used from the body. So this one is okay, from what I'm understanding, because this is a function that returns an element, therefore it's a component. So this use of change language is okay. The other use of change language is in an event handler here. Which you can't do. So what are you supposed to do? Do you need to create some signal or something? And then wrap all this in some signal or something like that? I don't really know. Oh, I worked out what goes in there, so that's fine. It's just something that needs to be writable. Let's go let do something. I don't know. I'm just guessing at this. Right. So I don't know. Use signal, and then we need to. I don't know. We probably need to write something to it. We need to write this language to it, right? Probably. I don't know. Right, we've got this. So do I pass this thing over to like do something dot set and then whatever? Maybe. But then this thing needs to return a language. But I don't understand, like, you know, use signal, write, and write into a signal. But and then who reads this signal? What's the point of the signal? Let's just clone the language thing here. Like, who reads the signal? Like, this signal doesn't return anything. How do I pass in something to it? Because the type of the signal is this. I mean, I can just go language here, right? And then is it a signal language? Language, but where does it get? We don't know we don't know where this comes from. That's the use signal. Somehow, yeah. I mean, oh, do you have to read it when you're writing it to get the current value of it? Oh, I don't know how. I don't know the API of Signal. I don't know what I'm doing here. Right, Signal is not needed for this. Okay, well, let's. So what? So what do we need instead? Where do I put this code if I can't put it here? Like, you know, and it's a closure that takes language. And I don't know. Two parameters. Oh wait, there's no set on here. You know. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't even know what options I've got that I can use to do this here, because I don't know how to do Dioxus apps. Where do we go to find out about how on earth we might do this stuff? Event handlers. But let me read about hooks first. Right. Lots of functions you can call in a constant ordering component that add functionality to the component. Rules of hooks. On the pull request, oh yeah, use change language. We can find out if it compiles. Thanks very much for the input here. How am I supposed to call this now? Use change language. And then I'm guessing that there's going to be a corresponding change in this bit. Use change language. And then plot this in here. It's not that, it's use I18N or something, I think. No, it's got some stupid name. This is what I was bitching about earlier. This trait comes from this, right? Why haven't I? Why doesn't it? It's not a trait. It's not a trait. It's a struct. So we don't need a din to it. And then this is going to return something. Expected signal box use I18N, but found language pair. It's quite dense, that. Yeah. I don't know. Is it that? Is that what you meant to do? Probably not. I found a closure instead. Yeah, it's a bit hard to work out what it is you're trying to do without knowing. Okay, I'll have a quick look. This is updated, is it? All right, yes. And then you say oh, I see. This is all manner of weirdness, this is. But what's... I don't even know what the ... bit there is. You probably mean this. But why would I read? I don't understand what you've got here in this ... bit afterwards. I've got the language and I need to somehow get it into this changelang thing, which goes use change language, and this takes nothing. This is a closure which takes a language pair, so maybe I can guess what you mean. Do you... Is it language.clone like this with a closure or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting my syntax right here. Let me just compile it and see. We've got errors. We've got more errors. Found a closure. Right, okay. I was close. I wasn't sure whether it was supposed to be this or whether it was supposed to be that. But it doesn't like this. Expected a reference to a language pair. Okay, we can do that. Because that's... fine. Now we've got mismatch types. And we've got some closure at this line. At 151, which is this closure. Sometimes I find it helpful to break out these and give them types. So this is a fun reference to language pair closure. Let me undo that. That's what this signal gives us. And what we've actually got here is, yeah, signal box. Yeah, it's no... Oh, is it supposed to be a... Ah, my camera's in the way, is it? Hold on. Let me pull it down out of the way. Oh, let me put it at the top here. There you go. Is that better? So it's saying the type is this, but that's obviously not how you do it. Right, because you can't use the keyword there, so you have to have this fun thing here, right? And because it's a fun thing here, it needs to have done. So that looks right. Expected signal box. Oh, it's got plus static. Because of return type. Now we can try putting the type in here like this, but it's got this anonymous lifetime here, and then the result of that is the function itself is a static function. No. Let me grok what you just wrote there. Signal box done fun. Reference with no lifetime to a language pair plus static. And then add static to the function itself. You mean where? Not here. To the FN, yeah. That's this, right? Mismatch types. Expected box dynamic. Huh. Use signal gives you back a signal of type T. And this returns a box. And inside the box we've got a closure. And this closure is a closure that returns this doesn't return anything. Oh, but it takes that, right, but it doesn't return anything, yeah. Yeah. Huh, I don't know. What's this error message as well? Maybe this helps. So we've got on click. Super from is not implemented. And try receiving a reference. Sure. No, we can try that. And then we have to. Did I put a clone on there? We'll clone it. Similar, so same problem there. I suppose really we can actually replace the order of these things so that we don't need to do this second clone. But the reference stuff's gone now. But it found this. Right, so we can see the types here. Oh. Yeah, okay. What happens if you pull that out here? Fun language pair, right? A little bit easier to grok if written like that. Same problem. He's opening his editor. Ah, see, you've done it now. You've done it now. So we've got a closure, a fun language pair. What happens if we try specify the type exactly right here? Found a function pointer not. Expected a function pointer, found a closer. Well, it didn't specify the type probably there, did it? Isn't this, aren't we specifying this wrong? Isn't this supposed to be like an FN? Yeah, specifying the types of these things. I don't find this easy either. Right, it has to be that. You have to do this. Found closure. Is it an FN mutt that we're supposed to be using? I always forget the difference between the two. Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of these return type things. Should this... It's not like supposed to be like an impl thing here. Oh, that fixed it. Like using impl there instead of done, because it's in the yeah, capturing thing, yeah. Because it needs this, right? But yeah, so using impl here, we're returning something that implements fun mutt as opposed to dun fun mutt. Let me just see if see here it needed to be fun mutt. You see that compiled it there because that stuff is capturing it and it's mutating it, right? So now we've got to deal with this problem. Option event handler super from nothing to anonymous is not satisfied. Fantastic. What a lovely error message. Okay. Is required for unit to implement this. But this read method what, it should take this off. Because we're supposed to return the result of this read method, a readable ref. Weird. Cannot borrow data in dereference. Deref mud. Generation ref. These are many types and implementations and all the rest of these things that I've never come across. What on earth is general ref? Generational box reference. So it can't borrow change lang as mutable. Does it need to be mutable here? Oh, I'm supposed to be using write. Write or set? Right, okay, I was on the right track. Okay, cool. And now, well, it compiles. Okay, it runs, which is fantastic. Let's see if we can cause it to crash. No, seems okay. Okay, I think we fixed it. I can't get it to crash anymore. Dioxus crate that allows non-copy values to access my copy wrappers. Signals. Yeah, the word generational is what's throwing me off on that. It doesn't. I don't think it tells me anything. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay, so let's do a quick commit. Let's go fix random crashing. Thanks, and then where's your handle? In an interesting turn of fate, your name, Mark, has got the same digits that my phone number used to have. Oh, same digits, but slightly different. My first phone number was 3323. That was it. That was the phone number in the little village that I grew up in. 3323. Commit message. That's what I'm doing. Here we go. So we slap that in. Let's see what we actually did to fix it. So we had to do an import for that. We had to use change language. And I don't fully understand it, but I sort of get some of it. Like, I see what it does, but not why it needs to do it. It's a lot of weird indirection. Like, we've got closures and signals all over the place. Maybe more of this will make sense the more I start using this and actually developing things in this, but at the moment it makes very little sense. Right, let's see if we got rid of the warning as well. So when we ran the app before, there was a warning. Let's see if that is now gone. No. We've still got those. We've still got this here. Like, what do you do about this? Write signal on this. Use ITN, and then we've got a write signal on this. It's so spammy. Yeah. Yeah. And then what's this? What's this unused import thing? Have we got this already? Oh, we don't need it. And then this doesn't need to be mutable, which is referring to this. Those warnings not being important, like I don't want to see any warnings when I start an app up. Like, if I open up some random web page and bring up the console and I see 1,000 warnings, it just fills me with dread, fear, and all the rest of it, right? I just don't want to see warnings. Like, I don't want to see these warnings either. I want to get rid of them. I don't know what I need to do to fix them yet. Default features is ignored for Dioxus. Let's fix that as well while we're at it. Since default features was not specified for workspace, default features is ignored, but in the planner GUI cargo thingy, but it's got default features is false, is ignored. So that's interesting. I've not had this before. So I guess here we need to say default features is false, and then does that shut it up? And it moans about Dioxus router. Huh? You can't. So. Can you put it to true on here afterwards? There we go. Or at least we fixed the warnings. There we go. We're good. We fixed those warnings anyway. Let's fix cargo warnings. Slap that in there. No, not that. Minor cleanup. Yeah, it's not really a random one, we know what it was. Yeah. Let's stick all these up. There we go. Away we go. Yeah, so I don't know, Mark, if you have any thoughts on Crux as yet. I don't know whether you've experimented with it. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at some of the ideas that you get with Crux and like the event sourcing and all this kind of stuff, and the ability to recreate the application state by replaying all the messages that you get, and that all sounds very appealing. And like, if I was to implement some redo and undo thing, it would probably also sound quite appealing, because you sort of know what you did to get where you got to, and you can just do it up to that point and keep the state and all this kind of stuff from the messages and everything. So yeah, maybe some of it's quite useful. And maybe if I wanted to write a GUI in a different GUI framework instead of Freya, then all that work would not be wasted as well, which would be interesting. And it still allows me to have a CLI app as well, right? So just because I know you're quite new to what I'm currently building, Mark, but the main core of the app now lives in here. This is what our app allows us to do. We can create projects, save, load, add PCBs, assign variants, and all this kind of stuff, right? And a quick overview of what we're actually trying to do. We're trying to create some planning software for pick and place machines, and then eventually we'll do like the machine and motion control and all this kind of stuff. And this was sort of like the workflow that we need to build a PCB. Just so you can come back and pause this as required. And that's the main core of the app, and then we have a CLI app which has all the tests for it. So if you want to see like what it actually does, you can run these by running all the tests, and then you'll see it runs this sequence of things in it. So that's the main thing that we're trying to build a UI for at the moment, and look at the outcome of this in a bit more detail. Right. So there's all sorts of detail in there about all that. Right. So this is probably a good place to leave all that. Yeah. Probably a good place to leave things today. We've made some progress. We've got a GUI, and we can change languages, and happy days. So I suppose the next thing to do is sort of like, I don't know, maybe we'll try having a dialogue that asks us for like the name of the project when you press create or something. And then once we've created it, we're going to want some way of displaying the stuff that's in one of these. And if you hadn't seen one yet, here's an example of a much larger, more complete project, which has got all kinds of stuff in it that you need to build a PCB. And just an example of a PCB that we're trying to build. For those who don't know, I make flight controllers and all this kind of stuff. So the one that we're looking at is this little teeny tiny little fellow, right? And that starts out in an EDA design tool like this, and it's got a bunch of parts on the top and bottom, and they all need to be placed by a pick and place machine. There we go. So we've got our little file like this, right? So there's parts on the top and there's parts on the bottom, and then you get like a list of placements out of this. And the list of placements, where are we? The list of placements looks like this. And then you have to go, well, how does that map to manufacturer and part number and all this kind of stuff, for which you need loads of other files, such as part mappings. Whoops, daisy. Part mappings, substitutions, your list of parts, and then eventually you get a design variant out of it, and then you say, okay, well, the top I'm going to use a pick and place machine for, but the bottom I'm going to manually solder and all this kind of stuff. So it's what we're doing is UI software for the workflow side of a PCB assembly, and then we're going to get onto the actual detail of actually making a pick and place machine work. I already have a pick and place machine that was running China software, and then it was running OpenPnP, neither of which I was happy with, is the long and short of it. So yeah, it's just an overview for those new to things. Righto. So yeah, so we're going to leave it there today. So thanks ever so much for joining the stream. Really appreciate it. I would have been stuck on that for quite a while. I will take some time to digest what your suggestions were and how they fixed the problem and why they fixed the problem. Because yeah, there's lots of unknown stuff. And I'll provide some more feedback on the Freya, my experience with the Freya stuff, and I'll read through your feedback to my feedback, and then we'll have a look. But together, I'm sure there'll be a bunch of suggestions, and we can make it better for everybody. That's the idea. Right. Okay. Cool. So, just remember, folks, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. See ya.